morning, chat. Hope y'all are doing fantastic today. Interesting. Apparently, Dum Dum decided to have his mouth die. That's fun. Before I fix that, plan today. I want to take some stock of the assets I've got for attacks and like projectiles and stuff, and maybe get started on a next attack. But mostly just take stock of what I've got, see if there's any inspiration that hits me, that kind of thing. But let's fix Dum Dum's face. It's so weird that this setting gets messed up every once in a while. And I have no idea why. Microphone. Use microphone. Hello? Nope. Hello? But what? Huh. How strange. Woo! Let's try reloading. Okay. So weird. Hello? Nope, still not working. Oh, right. There we go. Nice. Oh, Dum Dum. Sometimes you're just a little high maintenance in the morning. Sometimes. But let's go ahead and do a startup. We haven't done that in a minute and a half. Oh no. Oh no. When was the last time I updated? Oh no. Well, mistakes have been made. All right, that's eight-ish minutes. That's not too bad. We'll hop onto that once that's ready. In the meantime, license. See, a lot of it I got from Game Dev Market. I've actually used some of these. Oh, yeah, I remember using that. Nope. I have more assets than her. are the others? Because I thought I had like sword slashes or something like that somewhere. Yeah, because these definitely do not qualify. Yeah, no. This is not what I'm looking for right now. Nope, that's that same author. Not what I'm looking for. That's more like it. That's one of the other authors that I like. There we go. One, two. $12 by... I think it's 12 by 10. Nope. 9. Okay. Don't hate that one. But one thing I haven't really thought through is how are these style attacks going to hit upward or downward? Because it doesn't necessarily make sense to just rotate these, right? I think I will have to compare these side by side with the stuff in Godot. Okay. What else? Energy, explosion, fire, liquid, hit, impact. Not quite what I'm looking for. I just don't remember what this one is at all. Huh. Well, I see why they call it miscellaneous. It is just sort of stuff. Oh yeah, definitely need to import that and see what's going on. This might actually work better. Just in terms of style. Because a lot of these are clearly intended to represent a much more physical sword, whereas all of our effects are sort of spawning in separate from the weapons. I mean, I could always, like, give this a hue, make it partially transparent, and that could sort of work. Color mode. X. That did not do what I wanted. Better. How odd. Anyway. That was not right. Okay, 9 is clearly wrong. And no. 8. That looks more right. I have no idea on this one. That looks about right. Then again, maybe I can just rotate this thing. Part of the information I'm missing is whether this is the actual scale that's going to be used. Yeah, I kind of also just need to see the animation looping. Okay. Oh yeah, not what I need right now. Hell yeah. Just a second, guys. Just gonna hide my screen for a second. Not actually going away. And there we go. And I thought we were done with this nonsense of, I need to update my game so I can update my game so I can update my game. That's not what an update is, guys. Like, Steam had this solved so long ago. How do we still have updates that then need to update? I don't get it. I don't get it. Let's see, as far as gacha game news, kind of old news at this point because of my vacation, but we have a new Genshin version. Durin is out as a new character. I did get him, so that's cool. Almost did not get, I think it's Yehoda? Almost did not get her, but one lucky pull after getting Durin, I did manage to get the 4-star. MiHoYo is clearly experimenting with different ways of trying to get people to log in daily. Because I guess player retention is down on a daily basis. So, one big thing they're experimenting with, I'm not a fan, I want to make that very clear right off the bat, is this, Durin Story Quest, where the story quest is divided up into 5 sections. And at the end of each section, you have to wait for the next day rollover. So, at bare minimum, it takes you 5 days to do this. And it's not like, oh, you have to just wait for 5 days after the version comes out and everything's unlocked. No, 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 no. No, no, no. It is separate for every single person. So, whenever you start, you cannot start section 2 until the next day, assuming you finish section 1. And I don't see any sort of logical reason to do this other than forcing players to log in more. Because if you're like me and you have a work week followed by a weekend, well, you get more gaming done on a weekend. And this isn't really an option for us. So like what I did, luckily I was on vacation and I could do a little more of this, but I had several days, actually 4 out of the 5 days, I didn't have time to pay attention to the story. So it was just skip, 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 skip. And of course Genshin doesn't have a true skip, so it was just me sitting there for 15 minutes mashing the continue button. Yeah, I'm not loving this thing they did. I'm hoping the rest of the community is complaining about it so that they don't do this again. Like it's just bad form. Like the events and stuff, I kind of get time gating the unlocks so that like you don't have the whole event unlock on a single day. If you've got players that want to wait till everything unlocks, they can do that. And I know several content creators that's how they handle the events. until the full thing is unlocked, they don't even start them. I usually do that, unless I think it's going to be a really long event. But anyway, to show off Durin a little bit, I don't have him built yet, so I can't really show off his damage stuff. But did get the signature weapon. Oh, I still need to max out that level, don't I? Whoops. Huh. Monday, Thursday, so... Well, I know what I'm spending my resin on today. Easy decision there. But Durin, I think, is the first character that has 2 different bursts. Like, we've had characters that have alternate versions of their skill. This guy has alternate versions of his skill that they're not really that different. But each of those sets up a different version of burst. And these are what people are terming light Durin and dark Durin. As I recall, light Durin is designed for doing elemental reactions with I believe that is the one that's designed for interacting with but one of them is designed for being more like mono type teams. One is for being elemental reaction. Don't remember which. Let's see. When Durin is in purity state, so light Durin, using elemental burst, deal 3 instances of pyro damage, and manifesting his power, the Dragon of Light Flame form. Light Flame form will follow the current active character and attack nearby opponents at intervals, dealing pyro damage. Okay, Dark Durin. Deal 3 instances of pyro damage and manifest his power. The Dark Durin form will follow the current active player and periodically attack. Those are not different. What? Well, I'm glad those descriptions are quite helpful. Yeah, like based on that, just looks like Dark Durin is better because it has higher numbers. Durin will trigger different buffs depending on whether he's dark or light. Okay, so light Durin. After burning, overloaded, swirl, crystallize, or dealing damage to someone affected by burning. The opponent's fire resistance and the resistance of the corresponding element is dropped by 20%. Okay. Okay. The other one is for vaporize and melt. Right. So dark is for trying to ramp up his own damage. Light is for buffing other characters. Durin gains primordial fusion of forms effect for a second. Durin gains 10 stacks of something. He attacks, 1 stack is consumed. Increase the damage by 3% of the original damage every 100 attacks. Maximum of 75% additional damage. Attack from first. It's multiple opponents. Only 1 stack is used. Okay, so just damage buff based on attack, which we were already building him for attack, so awesome. Oh yeah, and here's the next big system in the game. Hexarray. There are a list of characters that belong to the Hexarray. These are mostly older characters. And you can do witch's homework to buff these characters. A lot of them are just adding a new passive, but some of them have fundamental kit changes. Like Venti has kind of an entire kit rework to turn him into a simultaneous support and main DPS, depending on how you want to build him. But just focusing on Durin's here, once I do his witch's homework, he becomes a Hexarray character. If there is another Hexarray character on the team, he gains Secret Right. Increase all attacks of the Ascension talent Light Manifest of the Divine Calculus by 75%. Long story short, this makes him really good with Fischl specifically. Can also work with some other characters, obviously, but he pairs really nicely with Fischl from what I've seen in some theory crafting, some videos. Obviously I haven't done the homework yet, so I don't have that. Oh, and then just, we finally have a bonus rewards on dispatch for Mondstadt. That's one thing we've been lacking in terms of characters for absolute ages. What is this? Our character. Oh, nice. I approve. Yeah, so those are his two different versions of his skill. And those are basically just to put him into light or dark mode. So if he's in light mode, here's his burst, doing a bunch of pulses of pyro. Over the course of, I think it said 20 seconds. And then dark. He sends out these little projectiles. Kind of reminiscent of characters like Xingqiu or Xingqiu and Yilan. But his are not dependent on doing basic attacks, so they just happen, fire and forget. And I have been debating doing something horrible to my account. I have been seriously debating whether or not to C6 my can't think of his name right now. Bennett, that's the name. Because this allows you to on-field main DPS Durin. Like, it does some nice things for Durin. So it's something to consider. And I've had several instances now where I thought, maybe I do actually want to put in this C6. However, if they ever add a physical DPS again, and it's a character I actually want to use, my account is messed up. Because Venti is the best universal buffer, as he's been since the game launched. And with this, you cannot have a physical DPS. Or I should say, Sword, Claymore, and Polearm users, which are the most likely weapons to be a physical DPS. Like, we only have one right now, in the form of Eula. And I am so concerned about doing the C6 because I like the idea of having a physical DPS. I mean, you guys have, if you've been around long enough, you've seen my physical DPS Fischl. I adore that character. But yeah, I think I'm gonna have to just hold off. Partially because a 15% damage bonus, while significant, is not enough for me to risk not being able to use him to buff a physical DPS. And particularly if I'm going to use him in multiplayer, he can mess up so many characters. Hey there, still needs work. How's it going? Pretty good. Good to hear. Yeah, I was doing some catch up on gacha game news. Dude, I adore Yae Miko. She's possibly my worst character in terms of high investment characters. But I still love her so much. I am desperately hoping that we get an Inazuma version of the Hexarray buffs, because she needs it. She needs it so badly. Let's see, we've got a new game mode that is out in Wuthering Waves. And with almost all new game modes they create, there's like the initial, or we call them initial rewards, but there's time limited rewards. If you can clear stuff within the first like month that these things are available. The new mode is kind of... I don't even know what to try and compare it to. You are placed in a cityscape that has some randomized elements, not much. And while you're there, you build up, let's call it a corruption gauge, that causes enemies to become stronger over time as you do stuff, but rewards increase proportionally while you're doing that. Also, every time you're hit, you lose a gauge called stability. If your stability ever hits 0, you are forcibly ejected from the map. You can, at specific locations, choose to extract yourself. And the idea is you want to get in, collect a bunch of stuff, get out before you're forced to extract. And some of the stuff you get is like equipment that only applies to that mode, to buff, and you're only allowed to use a small selection of characters compared to the full cast. Let's see where we are on these materials. But the new mode has a very, very, very big problem. The performance, like the system spec requirements of that area are significantly higher than the rest of the game. And each zone we've been getting in the past few versions has had increased requirements, which I think is a big problem in that game. Like, I already can't stream and show that game or play that game at the same time, so like it's hard for me to say, yeah, we're gonna show anything from that on stream. So, problem there. And both of my systems have some trouble playing the new game mode with nothing else running. So, like, I cannot even imagine trying to do that game mode on a phone. Dear God. Well, we do not have enough. And I would like to get that done today. Wait, tomorrow's Monday. So that'll be open again tomorrow, right? Yes. Excuse me. What about talents? That is not open. Not open till Wednesday. And Durin is a character I want to build because he can work in a lot of teams. Plus, this latest Imaginarium Theater, I struggled big time with, and Durin would have changed that instantly if I had him built. Also, just having the witch's homework done would have fixed a lot of my problems. Since a lot of the Hexarray characters are in the current rotation, and a lot of them are borderline unusable without their Hexarray buffs. It's just sort of the problem with power creep. Those older characters have just become so power crept that they cannot clear endgame content, no matter how well built they are. Anyway, so that's what's going on in Genshin. It's also described what's going on over in Wuwa. Are there any other game news I want to cover on that? I think that's it. Is there anything else I need to do in Genshin today? I'd like to get that done. But 4 weeks left to get less than 30 levels for Golden. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. And that's not including this week. Because 28 days and 14 hours. Yeah, we're fine. I'm not going to worry about it. Plus, I've still got a level and a half just sitting there. Oh, I was supposed to do that with my resin today. Oh well, there's 5.5 days to fill that up. We're good. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. Back to taking stock of our assets, and I'm kind of wanting to focus on melee attacks right now. Interesting to have 7 frames. Oh. Right. Nope, that is not right. Right. Height is 202. How do I make that work? Chat, how do I math that? Nope. Oh, wait. 1824. These sprite sheets are weird. I don't like it. I need them bigger, so I need less. Apparently there are 19 rows. Yeah, these sprite sheets are weird. And I 100% am going to be restructuring them because of how this is going to populate in the GPU. Okay, import. That is a good sword slash. I like it. I think I want to up the saturation a bit. Don't hate that one either. The electric slashes I am not a fan of in this pack, or from this author in general. Like, if I were to use any of it, I'd probably do something like this. Right, color mode, index. That is not the right color. Probably do something like it's not working for me. Yeah, I'd have to figure out the colors. Oh, that yellow's got a change. So does that... All the colors are changing to get the look I'm going for. Yeah, like, I'd want to have more consistent colors there. Like, there's too much clashing going on, but... I don't know. It... Honestly, it feels like a different art style than the rest of these. I'm not sure why I feel that way, but I do. The flame slashes are pretty good, though. Okay. Before I do that, let's set up folder for here. License. Where did I get these? These, I think, are from Itch.io. Yep, these are from Itch.io. Hey, license. New folder. Itch.io. Wait. Kiddo link. Folder. VFX Using 3. I'm gonna start this convention of modded for effects. No, I should be modding every single one, so don't do that. Okay. You come with me. Go. Edit. Use for commercial. Okay. We're good. I think what I want to do for these movie. 96 by 96. And this math is gonna kill me. How many effects are there? And there's padding on each side of it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 times 2 plus 1. So 19. Great. So 18, 24 divided by 19. Oh. Oh, each frame is 96 by 96. That makes more sense. That makes so much more sense. Okay. So, how do I want to do this? Not like that, I don't. 18, 24 minus 96. 17, 28. Okay. 96 times 5. 480. Okay. Now, am I going to separate these into different files, or... I think just leave them as one file. Maybe? What's the better approach? Honestly, these are small enough that I don't think it actually makes a difference. But I think I will make them separate files. Flashes, physical, I think makes sense. Mostly making this file is just a backup. Okay, then 480 minus 96 twice 288. Actually, on 2 of these, I can crop them tighter. Actually, probably all of them I can crop tighter. Yeah, there's no reason I can't shave pixels off the bottom of this one. And as we have learned, shaving these pixels does make a big difference in the amount of VRAM that gets used up. Obviously, it'll be less impactful for this one. But every little bit helps. Wait. Nope. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Because if I want to put any shader effects that increase the size of these things, I can't do it this way. Like, I'll want the extra padding. And I'm shaving off almost nothing at this point anyway, so let's not do that. Where is the one I shaved? You? Nope. It must be you. And I might have to add padding to like this one. I mean, there's nothing in that frame, but whatever. I'm actually a little worried that these effects are going to be too big. 96 by 96 feels very, very large. Actually, there is something I can use as a point of comparison for that. Modular character. Because they should be bigger than the helmet. So, put a box around the helmet. Oh. Ooh. Those effects are very large. Oh no. Oh. Oh dear. We might have a problem. Why are those so high resolution? Yeah, these are going to absolutely dwarf the character. I mean, I'll still throw it into Godot just to see, but yeah, and like the resolution isn't like it's not scaled up by a factor of 2 or anything. So like this is the true resolution. So if I wanted it smaller, I would have to downscale. And these are already pretty pixely. But one thing I need to remember, it's not the full size of the frame. So like there, 74 big slash is 3 times the size of the helmet. Is that reasonable? Yeah, that's reasonable. I'm okay with that. That's fine. I'm not gonna lose my mind over that. Like, I'm trying to picture if I have a big arching swing from left to right. So I've got arm out, sword slashing, right? And the weapons that I have are oversized for the character model anyway, because we've got sort of a chibi aesthetic, or not even sort of, we have a very chibi aesthetic there. So a sword out, if the sword is only the size of the helmet, that's still going to be the helmet over on the right before the sword starts. And the sword starts swinging, so the sword would be the length of the helmet, so that's 2 times the length of the helmet out to the side. When it swings across to the left, 2 times in that direction, So that would be 4 times the length of, or the size of the helmet. I'm just trying to like visualize this and compare those dimensions. I think it works. I think it works. I think we're okay. But as with all things like this, you don't know until you throw it in Godot. Alright, and I also want to continue the taking stock. Sure. Let's see what's going on with the rock effect. What's in here? Okay, I kind of like that effect. I don't know that I'll have a use for this, like, electrified, or... I don't even know what to call the effect here. Now this just has so much going on that I will never use this. Like, what is this effect? Maybe this is supposed to be like an impact? But okay, so we've got a light flash of where an object is going to be forming. Makes sense. And then there's fire. That's then forming into a rock. Chat, help me out here. What is this? What is happening in, like, this is an animation. What is the story of this animation? What is this? Because it's like different rocks forming out of fire, which makes no sense to me, logically. And then they all shrink into the ground. There's just a lot happening there. And, yeah, no, I like to keep things pretty simple. And anyone who's been watching the past 7 months of character customization work is going, bull. Malarkey. Sorry, still dying. All the people in comments and chat are just calling me out on my BS right now. And you know, fair enough. Fair enough. That's a very splooshy water jet, and I don't think I'm a fan. Like, if I'm going to do a Hydromancer that has a water jet attack, I think I want it more clean than this. This is just too woobly. I think this is kind of a smoke attack. And I mean, these are clearly just 16-bit attack effects for Gentle from My Hero Academia. Tell me I'm wrong, chat. I like the fireball, but there is almost nothing there for the formation animation. Yeah, sure, I'll pull that out as something to potentially use. Ooh. Oh, well, I messed that up. Oops. $15.36. $2.88. Hey, still, do you watch My Hero? Have you been keeping up with that? Did when it first came out, but haven't kept up with it. So, if you've been thinking about catching up on it, I will say almost all of the episodes I give a thumbs up. Episode, all the seasons I give a thumbs up, except for last season. And by that I mean the season before this one, not the one called Final Season or Last Season, which is the current season. For those who don't know, My Hero has ended. The final episode has aired. The previous season, so the second to last season, the animation quality absolutely tanked. Like, they lost so much money or something. And I was not a fan of the writing in that season, but basically everything else I think was good. And this final season, holy crap. Out of 11 episodes, I cried, I think 8 times. And I have not cried at an anime since, like, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. And that one only got me because of, and I apologize to everyone, but I'm referencing this, Big Brother? That's all I'm gonna say. And I apologize again for bringing that to everyone's memory, but that's like the only other anime moment I've cried at. But like, this final season, they did an amazing job of culminating all of the various character growth, all of the built up emotions for each of the relationships between characters. The music and sound design was just absolutely on point this last season and amplified all of that to an obscene degree. And like, man, I just could not stop bawling my eyes out. It was awesome. And it's worth noting, it was a combination, big time, of happy and sad tears. Like, it felt like every other episode, I was going, like, I was in just the saddest moments and, like, bawling my eyes out for these characters. And then the next episode was just so thrilling and happy and invigorating that, like, could not hold back the tears of joy. It was wild. The tears of joy one I have never experienced with an anime before. And were a lot of them kind of cheap emotional gut punches. Calling them gut punches when they're happy is a weird thing to say, but I don't know a better descriptor for it. But like, some of them were kind of cheap emotional hits. But I feel like the show earned them because they wouldn't have worked had they not been built up over the previous seasons. And like, there's one moment like that it was so obvious this moment was going to have to happen, and I want to avoid saying anything about it because I really want it to, like, not... I want you to not realize it's coming when you watch it. So I'm gonna try to leave the descriptor at that. There is a moment that is so obvious that it had to happen. It is so well earned, and I was just crying with joy every single second of this giant scene. It was just beautiful. And every interaction was perfectly paced, perfectly implemented in sequence with all of the others. I'm doing my best, guys, to give you a description that is helpful without spoiling what's going on. I would not mind doing an ice spike out of this stuff. But I'm not exactly feeling it. And I don't care for this water forming into ice. It's just not an aesthetic I want to go for. I could maybe utilize this though. Yeah, I can maybe do something with this. Specifically, what I'd want to do is up the alpha, because this is ice. It needs to be see-through, obviously. I will avoid the frames that have electricity. I don't want that. One thing that's missing in this is I want there to be like a sheen that goes across it before it goes away. And I think I have a simple way of doing that. Yeah, I've got an idea for that. Yeah, I've got some inspiration coming from this one. I don't know if it'll make the final cut, but I've got some inspiration now in my head for this. And one thing that is unironically very helpful now is those gray bits I'm going to remove. Are these not... Nope, they are not identical. Okay. That looks good. Yeah, we'll have to see some of that. Let's see. Another aspect of My Hero this final season that did a very good job was passing of the torch, which we've known that's coming since like the first episode. Because we've had the previous generation of heroes being the pros, and it's been really obvious that we're building toward the passing of the torch moment. And they did an awesome job of depicting the growth, and some of it had to happen off screen just because there's only so many episodes. But the growth of the characters we've been following having a logical progression in terms of their powers, maturity, how they approach situations made just so much sense. And like, I've mentioned this before, and to me, one of the signs of really good writing is a payoff happening that you did not predict, but in retrospect, you absolutely could have predicted. So it's something that perfectly fits into the characters in terms of what they would do in a situation, paired with some aspect of it or the way it comes about that you didn't necessarily see coming. And I don't want to discount something that you do see coming still being done well, because that does not preclude that. But I think exceptional writing is something that is not predicted, but absolutely could have been predicted. And they did a great job to me of passing the torch from the old generation to the new generation. And I'm not, for anyone who has seen the episodes, I'm not talking about the epilogue. I'm not talking about that at all. I'm talking about throughout the season. There's several instances of the new generation growing into being their own pro heroes, essentially. And we've been building toward that over the past several seasons. And I think they did a great job of depicting something that happens in wartime. And like, for anyone who isn't caught up on seasons, like, you guys knew there were going to be wars, right? Like, if you know anything about the show at all, obviously there has to be a war of some kind at some point. And one aspect of war is the truly strong people are forged into, or are often forged into, the best version of themselves. And I think they did an awesome job of showing that for the generation we've been following in the show. And some of this was in the previous season, some of it in the final season, of showing people grow into their ultimate form, in terms of power set, in terms of how they approach things tactically, in terms of how they treat their opponents. And I think they are very much in line with the experiences those characters have had. So, like, can't remember what her name is. I know her code name, Uravati. What's Uraka? I don't remember her full name. Because I can only picture, or I can only hear Froppy saying Uraka-chan. Anyway, like, the way she interacts with her opponents is going to be very, very different than how Todoroki interacts with his opponents. And like, the way and how much they respect their opponents, I think it's done so well. I am so happy with the writing in this final season. But I think if I try to describe things anymore, I will absolutely start spoiling things. Because there's a part of me right now that just absolutely wants to delve into all the nitty-gritty details. And I don't want to do that to you guys. If anyone wants to start talking spoilers, let me know and I will create a channel on the Discord and we will go into all of it. But anyway, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I need Sprite 2D. That's awkward. Oh, I cannot spell. Whoops! Whoopsies! Don't mind me. Okay, there we go. That's not right. Yeah, that's not too big at all. Oh. One thing I did not consider, and I feel very dumb for not having considered it, is I need this to be able to be in front of and behind the character. it did not even compute that layering of this stuff was going to be a factor. Oh no. Huh. The one way to handle it is to like force it to be outside the character range. That's one way to do it. Another way to do it would be cutting this in half. And let's actually check that out real quick. Material. Well, first off, let me try it with region. Now, what happens if I rotate this? Yep, that does not work the way I would want it to. Well, isn't that awkward? And if I do this with a shader, it's going to do the same thing. Which I'm almost 100% positive this is using a shader. Hey chat, tell me how to fix this. Tell me how to make it better. Chat, what do? You don't know? I don't know either. Hey there, Orun. What is today? Other than December 14th. Yeah, let's not spend too much time working on this. Sunday, obviously. Bruh, you are so late. We already covered that. Because that's how we knew what to spend our resin on today in Genshin. And clearly, Auroron has been doing the drugs again today. Got it. Oh, Auroron. You silly Billy. Drugs are bad, kids. I guess I'll take test 5. Oh, wait. I forgot. I can't use test 5 for this. Dang it, I don't remember which test files I should avoid, so I'm just gonna make a new one. Yeah. We'll call this test 7. I have so many test shader files now that it's going to be quite the ordeal to sort them out when the time comes. Oh, no, don't do that. Oh god. So, how would I do? There's a couple. If I'm doing this with a shader, if oh, I can. Yeah, I already know what's going to happen here. Oh yeah. Yep. I know what this is gonna do, but I'm gonna test it anyway. And then when I rotate this, yep. Okay. That not work. Next test. Let's just bring it over here so I'm not messing with things. Okay, now next thing I can use is nodes. Rectangle. Ooh, color rectangle. Layout. Wait, color rectangle doesn't have an offset, does it? Awkward. What do I do about that? Now I'll use this, like I know how to do this with another node type that'll work. So let's just do a proof of concept real quick. Okay. Did I hear nodes? You did. Ability. Oh. Flip children. There we go. Now if I rotate this, I get the same behavior as before, right? Yes. Now, if I rotate this, that's what I want to see. Okay, proof of concept complete. I can work with it. So if I decide geometry nodes, no, just regular nodes within a scene in Godot. For those who aren't familiar, in Godot, all things that are going to show up anywhere are a node. And before something becomes visible, the node has to enter your scene tree. Think of this almost exactly like nodes in an HTML page, because it's basically the same thing. Godot has a lot more fancy stuff you can do with it than what basic HTML can do, but does Godot use geometry nodes in... Well, let me make sure we're talking about the same thing. Like, geometry node, I'm pretty sure has a different definition based on what software you're in. So, tell me what software you're thinking of when you say geometry node, and I will try to translate. But I make no promises that I'll be successful. You're thinking of Blender geometry node. Okay, let me refresh my memory on what that is. Introduction. Talk to me. System for modifying the geometry of an object with node-based operations. It can be accessed by adding a geometry nodes modifier and setting up the nodes in the geometry node editor. Then no. Because geometry, as defined here, does not make sense in the case of 2D. Like, 2D doesn't have geometry like this. Yeah. The 3D thing? Absolutely. Yeah, I think you might. So you could construct something like geometry nodes for 2D, but I'm not really sure why you would. Like, until I have a specific use case, I'm not sure why that would ever be a thing. But as with all things, where I say that it doesn't exist or it doesn't have a reason to exist, if you think you've got a use case, tell me about it, and I will try to reason through whether or not I think that makes sense for creating something like that. Easier editing, especially with procedurally generated texture. I don't think it would be called like, it's a different concept in that case than what geometry nodes are in Blender. It's just a different thing. Like, geometry nodes carry with it a whole bunch of math, like a massive amount of math concepts are embedded in the concept of a geometry node. And when you simplify down to 2 dimensions, almost all of that disappears. Doesn't vector use math? Vector 2. Sure. But let's talk about 3-dimensional transformations versus 2-dimensional transformations. Okay? With 2-dimensional transformations, or with 3-dimensional transforms, you have 9 operations going on. Or really 16 operations going on, because I didn't include scaling. With 2D, you instead only have 4, but we can call it 9 if you include scaling, operations. So a lot of that math just no longer applies, even when we're just talking about transform. And it's because it's that much simpler, like almost cutting the amount of math that can happen in half. It's hard for me to consider them to be the same concept. And like I said, if you can think of a specific use case that isn't accomplished with something much, much simpler, or like obviously accomplished with something similar, bring it up. But like vector operations in 2D are excessively simple. You could, but it wouldn't be as complex as 3D. Well, I mean, inherently that's true. But beyond that, yeah, just geometry nodes are very, very, very complex. And there's a whole bunch you can do with it. And because there's so much less that's even possible to do in 2D, trying to create a version of geometry nodes for 2D is just a very heavy-handed approach to making very simple changes. And generally speaking, not many people do procedural generation of 2D assets. Like that's a whole kind of crazy concept. And I'm not sure how, like, again, I'd have to know a use case. The only thing you could think of is a ground texture. Yeah, and the thing to remember, textures do not imply collision. And the tools that exist for sort of randomizing your ground textures are all pretty simple and straightforward. So like reflecting over X is, or sorry, reflecting over Y is sort of your most basic for generating a new frame or a new cell. If you're in a top-down perspective, you can reflect over X. Yeah. See, with 3D, when we're talking geometry nodes, a lot of times the reason we're doing all of that is not just for the visual, but also because we care about physics interaction. Whereas 2D assets don't have physics. Yeah, that's... Thank you for making me drill down into that a little more. That's probably the more complete explanation of why they're so different. In 3D, with procedural generation, we care about collision. In 2D, I don't think you're ever going to try to procedurally generate collision. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. It's also easier to be like, oh, gotta create dirt texture and just use shading and geometry nodes. While easier, I think you'll end up with a lot lower quality assets that way. Yeah, and 2D assets are cheap enough to create or hire someone to make for you that it's almost certainly not worth your time to do procedural generation of those things. "3D, I can see why you would want to do procedural for some things. But yeah, like hiring someone to make this sprite sheet that I bought, or like one of these sprite sheets for me, I could probably get someone to do it for less than 50 bucks. Like a plane of large in 3D. Why would you ever use geometry nodes to generate a plane? Please explain. How else would you do the ground texture? You can't just draw it. You need absurd resolution. But geometry nodes aren't used for generating like when you say textures, I assume we're talking 2D textures, like what a texture is in Blender. You've used shading and geometry nodes? Okay. But why are you generating a huge plane? Like, what are you gaining by doing that? One, if it's a huge plane, you're never, like, depending on how big it is, you're never going to be able to use it in a game. Because you're going to crash your GPU. Fake textures? Doesn't matter. Like, I'm talking about done rendering, just have a PNG file at the end. Massive texture files, GPUs can't load properly. Like, the assets I've seen you produce, and you've shown off in the Discord, those won't load into most game engines, so you could never actually use them. And a lot of the assets you've produced also have a great deal of repetition, so you're not gaining anything by producing those large planes, when you could just tile them. Like, a lot of your big files, if you just took a small piece of them and tiled it, you'd end up with the same result. And by tiling it, the GPU isn't having to load a bunch of extra data into video RAM. And so, like, having a massive plane of a tiled asset that's smaller takes almost no extra processing or GPU work. What is happening? Hey, stream. You okay? Sorry guys, we had a hiccup there. Not sure what the issue was. Yeah, so anything super high resolution, especially in the resolutions of what you've been working in with your, like, essentially simulated textures, those just can't be used in games. And I know that's probably not what you want to hear, but it's probably something you need to hear if you're planning to use to create stuff for games. You weren't expecting it to be used in a game, you were just messing around? That's fair. Yeah, no. Like, experimentation with that stuff, perfectly valid. I just want to give you some information of problems you will encounter if you try applying that in a practical setting. And anytime you're looking at doing something big and complex, always consider, what are you gaining by doing that? If it's because you just want to learn that stuff, fantastic. But if you plan on having these things put into practice, always, always, always consider, what is this work gaining me? You do apply it, it won't be giant. Fair. And actually, some of the stuff you've worked on, you could get the exact same visual output by scaling things down to like 1/100th of what they are, and then applying a shader on top of it to upscale to the original, and have like 1/10 millionth of the performance hit. That's an important thing worth noting as well. Like, just, like some of your stuff, if you were to scale it down in the X and Y by, like, a factor of 1,000 each, or 100 each, and then create a custom anti-aliasing shader, the resulting display would be almost exactly the same as your original image. Sure. I like some of these explosions, but these are more ending effects rather than core attacks. Yeah, I'm not... No inspiration hitting me on those right now. Energy, what do we got? Fire tornado. Lightning tornado. Yeah, not loving these. The fire tornado I have some thoughts on. And it's worth noting I can also just color or hue shift that to be different elements pretty easily. Like turning that into just wind would be very, very simple. Absolutely no idea what I would do with this thing. But I don't feel like working on pyromancer stuff right now. Yeah, and like this asset to me is just unusable. Like, except for maybe a buff icon, or like a buff effect, but nah, not for my game. And the reason I'm saying that is you've got this like wave visual on the ball pointing in one direction, but then you have the flames moving in a different direction, literally 90 degrees to it. So if I were to use this at all, it would be something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 frames. Something like that. Yeah, no. I'm pretty sure I remember Energy Beam and not liking most of these. Oh god, what is happening? What is this? Why does it look insane? Ooh, I like that lightning bolt though. I have ideas for that lightning bolt. Something feels off about some of this, though. Come on, inspiration. I need you to hit. Part of what I'm uncertain about here. How do I actually put like an end cap on these beams? Because to me they don't look like they have a natural end cap anywhere. Yeah, it feels like I'd have to let these fly off screen, which I'm not doing. Like, to me, in a game like this, everything has to have a range limit. Partially so that you can have range buffing, or range buffs. I don't think infinite range stuff makes sense, and without having end caps, I don't know how I'd use it. Like, some of those I can probably generate some end caps, but... Next. Nope, not you. Nope, 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 nope. I remember using you. Here's something I need to look at. So, is there an Effectseer plugin or extension for Good? There might be. And being able to do particle simulations in Godot would be really cool. Oh, right there. And having Effectseer in my solution would also mean that I could hand off creation of this to freelancers. And they would just directly import into Godot. That's not a terrible idea. Hmm. That's something I'll have to think about. Because that is also a big undertaking, though. And potentially would make me want to focus on having all attack effects through Effectseer. Just a minute, guys. I got a BRB. Hello, chat. Let's see. I think it might be time for a short break. Let's also take a look real quick at what I've got pre-built in here. And as much as I love these effects, I'm not sure they fit the aesthetic of my game. That's a separate problem. And that's part of why my thought process is, if I'm going to use these effects, and like, even if I don't use these, I'm happy to have supported the author on this one because these are amazing. But now, because the art style is so distinct on these, I'm wondering I'm thinking that it's probably too much of a style clash with the other assets I've used. Yeah, and it's worth noting I've got two different varieties of attacks already. I've got the ones that use animated frames, and then I've got ones that use particle simulations. And the particle simulation ones don't, like, those have whatever frame rate your system can handle. So like those can do, 120 frames a second. As opposed to the pre-rendered ones, which those only have, fixed frame rate. Hey there, Mike. How's it going? Yeah, I don't know. I have concerns, chat. I have concerns. Like, these are so cool, but I feel like I'd have to go just hard into this art direction. Then again, I see assets like this one, and this is more close to my art style I'm doing. Aw, thank you. I like it too. Public service announcement: do not put your hamster in a hamster ball. That is a very quick way to end up with a dead hamster. Just FYI. Good to meet you. Always happy to see someone new in chat. Today I'm taking stock of some of the assets I've purchased in the past to just sort of see if inspiration hits me for new abilities to put in the game. And as much as I adore this author's style, I don't know. Let me just put one of them in the engine. Like, let me just get one into Godot and let's see. Let's go with a low resolution one. One of the ices. There's actually an extra frame I would want in here. Yeah, I'll use this one for now. Ice 7. I think I'll just throw that into unusable for now. if I decide to use it, I'm gonna have to modify it anyway. Hey there, Ohujo. What's new, my dude? Absolutely, man. I have a long road still ahead of me, but we're 2 years into this thing, so there's no backing out at this point. Two years is totally understandable. Yeah, no, like, bare minimum, this project is going to be 3 years. Oh, why did my thing not say that this was a raid? Hello and thank you. My notification didn't tell me you raided. That's weird. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I like, given the dialogue, I'm like, this feels like a raid. What? Why have I not been told this is a raid? Now I know. Well, welcome, welcome, welcome. Hopefully I can keep you guys at least semi-entertained for a while. Yeah, I'm testing some different stuff with some assets. Like with this one, I've got a sword slash. Let me show you what I'm doing with it real quick. Nope, not that. Not that. Nope. Nope. Uh-oh. Okay. So the asset I'm working with is this guy. Got a slash effect like that. Been doing a proof of concept to see, can I split this up with just nodes, or something programmatic, so that I can rotate this thing and have half of it appear behind my character and the other half in front of. So the idea is I would have 2 copies of this and 2 rectangles, one top, one bottom, and use this guy so that as it animates, I have one version that sorts like 1 pixel up, one that's 1 pixel down, so I get front and back. Yeah, man. Glad to have you join. Let me see. Where's the thingamabob? Why is Twitch like this? Why? Like, it's so frustrating to me that from the mod view in Twitch, I cannot follow you, which I want to do. I can ban you very easily from this view, but I'm not allowed to follow you. That's so dumb. There we go. Oh, Twitch. Why are you like this? There we go. Much better. But we've been looking through assets for 2 hours, basically. It's time for a break. Let's pull up Iodine Chronicle and maybe we'll do some leveling. I did a bit of leveling off stream last night. Got the main team up to level 55. See, 317. Let's plan on 340-ish. 340-ish. That's when break will end. Actually, 340-ish puts us at basically end of stream time, so we'll see. Where am I on leveling these guys? 55 on everyone. It might be time to start pushing the in-game dungeon stuff. Oh, I should probably hand some of this stuff into my my characters. Oh, not that. So, anyone in chat, have you guys played Ayuden Chronicle before? Anyone got thoughts? Positive, negative, what have you?
I'm a
I get so excited when I find a book I haven't read before. Found any books you like?
Here we go. Old book. Man. Still so many! Yeah, I'll have to figure out where those are at some point. Though I'm 90% sure we get nothing for collecting them all. Very sad. Where am I going? Let's go talk to Kurt so he can take all our recipes off our hands. And then let's try the super hard dungeon mode. Partially because I think it'll be really funny going into the final battle with everyone at max level. And just like curb stomping Duke Aldrich.
What's this? Oh, good to see you. Thank you.
Awesome. See, anything else I need to give to people? Coma box. Warcrest Lovers script. Do I need to turn those in? Or are those just like, do those just stay with me forever? I'll check. I think I might need to turn those in. Also, RT? Good. Capybara. There you are.
Hi there.
Okay, so I guess those have different effects or something. Yeah, I can't turn... I can't use this yet. Oh, right, we need to buy those scripts. Oh yeah, and I'm absolutely cheating and looking up where those are again. Because, for those who don't remember, the requirements on that are absolutely silly. They are key items that have, I want to say it's like a 10% chance of showing up in a shop. And like, there's only one shop where each of them shows up at a 10% chance. Or maybe it's a higher percent chance, but it's every 10 minutes. Like, anyway, it's a very, very silly system, and I'm not a fan. Force musicians. That's not. That's not what I'm looking for. A station. Red Riding Hood. Cinderella's and Tree Folk. Thank you, AI. And Rising is in Eltisvice. Oh, wait, there's 5. Okay, so Tree Folk, Yarnon, which I can't go to yet, and Eltis. I'm guessing the Rising script, I'd probably have to finish all the others first, if I had to get. But I'll check them just in case. It takes all of, 30 seconds.
All right.
Hey computer, what'd you do to my frame rate? Then again, I am asking a lot of this PC today. If we can free up some resources that I'm not actively using. Yeah, I don't need Aspirate running. Can at least close the Discord window. Yeah, okay. Good enough. No Rising script for me. And Tree Folk.
All right. Is this the right?
That's not the right shop. There we go. Cinderella? Cinderella! Nope. That is going to be an absolute pain in the butt to try and get those items.
I have
All right. Let's see about these super hard challenges
Is this the right?
that I have absolutely no possibility of succeeding. Maybe. We'll see. I was a lot lower level the last time I tried, so who knows? Nope. Definitely gotta rest first. It probably heals you before you go in, but just in case. Dude, I never noticed that before until it was still. An interesting choice here. Let me see if I can get a screenshot of it to show you guys. Yeah, right there. Notice how there's distinct shading on the front leg, but the back leg is almost one color. That's weird to me. There's just certain things in the art style of this game that are very weird to me. Okay. Whoa, when did I get that much money? Holy cow. Like, I did a little bit of leveling up yesterday to get to 55. And I guess those enemies must drop a lot of money.
You have returned.
Hello, Demon Lady. Normal mode. Best character is going to be Douglas for this.
All right, later.
Shall we begin?
Your weapons are well
Okay.
careful.
So, how much of a chance of success do I have here? Let's go ahead and do one round of auto just to see what's going on. That's not great, but not
Yeah.
terrifying yet.
Cutie
Ooh.
strike.
Alright, I can live with this amount of damage. I'm okay with another auto round. Oh, no. Leave. Nope. Poor Momo.
Yeah.
Take this.
This should do it.
Not bad.
That was nothing.
Do I recover between fights? Whoa!
You're
What?
too old to improve.
That's so much experience from a really easy fight, considering how much. That's nutty.
I won't let you down, son.
Okay, we do not heal between fights. Good to know. Oop. We'll have Giran be our dedicated healer per usual.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's not over. No needless
That was nice.
And a stun? Marius, I could kiss you.
I call on you, Rune.
Yeah! I'll handle this. I walked all over them.
Let's do this.
Oh, right, the stupid grimoire mechanic. Alright. Attack. Attack. Chain smash. Have Giran go for one of the books. You have... You can't heal anyway, so let's just have you do damage.
This looks handy.
Go get him, magical lovely justice hammer! Listen to the
Yeah,
whispers
yeah.
of justice!
What does that even mean?
I call on you, Rune.
I know where to strike it.
That's scary.
Here
Oh, I am not punching through that armor. All right. Okay, I do need a double heal. Or Noah is dead. Or I can do a big heal with... I don't remember what I have on Giran. We'll see. I don't have big heal on him. Go ahead and put Sacrificial Brand. That should do good damage per turn on him. You massively restore health. Hopefully massively is a good enough number. Not trying to hit the book with it. Hey!
This'll do nicely. Go get him,
Actually got the
lovely
book this
justice
time.
hammer! Love doesn't have time for bad guys, and that means
I'll handle
you.
this.
Oh, and that also breaks the armor.
Thanks.
I forgot about that.
Attack rune activate.
51 is all.
I know where to strike it.
Oh. Does Giran secretly have like a super low affinity
Don't let
with
them
dark?
now.
That's gonna make me very, very sad if he does. Doing good as far as health.
Use it or lose it.
Go get him, magical lovely justice hammer! Listen to the whispers of justice!
What does that even mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm feeling like using the books is just a loss.
Off of our heroes.
Oh no!
Here I come!
Okay, I don't know if this is gonna go so good. Alright. Transform. Yeah, we can muscle boot, right? Because I'll get 3 turns. So attack, attack, full power. Yeah, that'll work. Focus magical power to a point, dealing heavy damage. Yeah. Oh, Morius. You are the best mage, as always. Okay. Kind of want to heal Momo because I'm scared of what's going to happen, but... Ice Needle. From a pillar.
This looks handy.
Always!
Go get him! Magical lovely justice hammer!
Always the opposite!
Listen to the whispers of justice!
What does that even mean?
Rune.
Uh-oh.
You leave me no choice.
That's fine. That is absolutely fine.
Here I come!
Pump it up.
Holy cow.
The mayhem continues!
What? What you doing, buddy? Yeah, that's a little scary. Can't remember how many turns I've had her going. Okay. Oh. Oh, no, Momo's not stunned. We're fine. Recovery. Oh, no. Well. Momo gets a big heal. Don't really want to do that, but...
I'll handle this. Are you all right?
That was close!
Okay, that's not... Oh, no. No, 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 no! Momo!
No needless.
You're my best damage! Well... This is not going well. Big attack. Can't do big attack yet. Is there a way to know what turn we're on at this? I'm gonna risk it. I wonder if this boss can be put to sleep.
I'll use this.
I'm guessing probably not, but oh god. Well, there goes Garen.
I sure
should
filled that up.
Goodbye, buddy. There goes my healer. Ah! Okay, let's just dump our big attacks and hope for the best. I'll keep her on healing duty.
This right here
Not
I'll
bad,
handle this.
but you've done better in the past, Lamb.
Many thanks.
Ooh.
Muscle power.
Nice. Big hit. Excuse me. Keep it going. Chances are I'm losing Lamb this turn.
I'll handle this.
Are you all right?
Many thanks.
Yep, goodbye, Lamb.
Dear me.
Don't stop now.
Poor Lamb. Well, Maurice, it is basically all up to you now. He is by far my best character, except for maybe Yugo. Just because for some reason Yugo is cracked.
I call on you, Rune.
Am I losing Isha? Oh. Hey! Isha's not dead. I love it when she survives.
This isn't over. Are you all right?
Many thanks.
And for anyone wondering why I'm not trying to resurrect characters, I have the challenge run feature on where you can't use recovery items.
We're in danger.
So now it is entirely up to Maurice just tanking this and doing just enough damage. Can he solo this guy at this point? Yeah, I think I've got 2 more rounds in him and that's it. I don't even know if he's surviving this next one. That's gonna be tough. Let me do this to guarantee he survives to the next round.
Power engaged.
There we go.
We're in danger.
Oh no, he's lost his, like, he has a speed debuff now. I think it's over. Oh,
Muscle power.
hey. Nope. Nope, we've lost. Oh well, we gained levels. Hopefully we keep them.
My
Yeah, there we go.
my
Everyone's
muscle.
wiped out. But we keep the levels. So
Is it challenge you seek?
I know it's past time to get back to work, but
All right, later.
I want to see how much experience we get for this first fight.
That was close.
Because if this can push us up to like level 70-ish, then that will make the fight significantly easier. Levels are pretty massive in this game. in terms of overall stat impact.
Yeah.
Here I come!
Let's finish this.
I walked all over them.
I feel stronger.
Okay. Yeah, we're not getting to 70 off of this then. But we have unlocked all the rune slots now. So
Behold the true
Your
face
weapons
of
are well
power.
cared for.
that's a not insignificant factor here.
That was close.
Okay. Boop-a-doop.
Sure.
I'll be putting some oomph in this one.
Oh no.
Come on.
Don't. No! No, I needed to heal.
I walked all over them.
Well, that's not great. That's
A fight is
That's not the best. all right.
Get out there and win.
Good. We got the buff.
That was close.
I think I want to try and save Momo's MP for if Noah dies, because I think then she gets the green aura buff that massively increases damage. And I think Lamb should be my book person. And how much damage does Momo do?
Go get 'em! Magical, lovely justice.
Good job, Lamb. Thank you.
Love doesn't have time for bad guys, and that
Armor
means
broken. He loses his turn.
This isn't over.
This is awesome.
Are you all right?
Okay, Momo's basic attack is one of my best damage options. Like, better than Lamb. Keep that up.
Leave it to me. No needless waste.
And we're up to full health. Excellent. Okay. Now, what do we fight? You try the left book. I really wish I could just have 2 characters do each book, but that would definitely break this encounter. Muscle boost. Actually, is that even relevant? Like, can that stack? I'm gonna guess it doesn't stack. Okay. Maybe I'll get really lucky. Oh.
See how you like this.
Will it stun? Give me a stun.
Love doesn't have time for bad guys, and that means
I call on you, Rune.
Okay, so if the book isn't even stunning anymore, all of my characters do more than 150 with a basic attack. So I'm guessing I just abandon the books. Like, they're great for breaking the armor. Okay. Ooh. Just in case, let's... Oh no, Lamb can't be killed by this next attack, so we're fine.
Yeah.
Solid. Now is where he gets super dangerous. I need to get back to work though. Here's what I'll do. Whenever this boss fight ends, I will promise 30 minutes of work afterward. So that'll define when stream ends. Right. Transformation. Full power. I need to keep people at higher health now. Do I start dumping damage out? I don't want to leave the MP on the table like last time.
I call on you, Rune.
Ew. Oh my god.
No needless waste.
That was yeah.
Muscle power.
You know what? I don't even care about the buff at this point because like that's a ton of damage, and if he focuses Momo, he goes down, I'll lose out on so much damage. I didn't use all her MP last time either, so... Show me damage. Uh-oh. We're fine.
Go.
Eh, that's okay. Yeah, I need to make sure Momo gets all of her MP used. Okay, so the buff from the blacksmith does run out eventually. Good. I don't like it. Fine. It's fine. I need to make sure I keep people alive this time.
I'll handle this. Are you all right?
Many
That
thanks.
was close.
This'll help. You okay?
Many
That
thanks.
was close.
Beautiful. Yeah! Keep all
It's
those
not
attacks
over.
on Morius.
No needless waste.
Many
That
thanks.
was yeah.
Don't let up now.
I'll take it. Okay. You... Buff. Good. Healing puts him behind the boss, which is exactly what I want right now. Okay, final Inferno Pillar.
Yeah.
It's not over.
I think we're okay.
No needless waste.
Many
That
thanks.
was yeah.
It's over.
Oh! Momo for the win! We got it!
See how that went for you?
That's awesome. Rune of Bulwark, what is that?
My muscle points have increased.
Yes, they have, Morius. Turn count modifier, items spent. I mean, there's almost no items that are worth spending in this playthrough, so... excuse me? Choose one or more front rear support reserve members from the party candidates below. Wait, what?
I'll give it my all.
Ooh. Well, this is... I did not realize that it keeps
Well,
going.
let's give it a shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh! Lamb stays dead.
What?
Oh, well, this is... This'll be interesting.
You, Rune.
Yeah.
Yeah, got him.
Okay, how much experience?
I
Please be like
walked all over
2,000.
them.
That is not
Worked it out
2,000.
for me.
It's still a useful amount, but that is so far from 2,000.
Yeah.
Take this.
It's not over. No needless
Many
waste.
That
thanks.
was close.
I am so shocked that we didn't get a full heal of the team between fights. Or between floors. I guess floor isn't the right term because this is floor 2 of like the second section. That's weird.
Yeah.
Take this.
This should do it.
That actually tells me one of the better support characters for this mode is going to be the ones that heal you between battles.
Well, let's give it a shot.
And without having a renewable source of MP, this is a rough mode.
Yeah.
Here I come.
I know where to strike. Leave it to me. No needless
Many
waste.
That
thanks.
was close.
Good God. Sure. Spam recovery wave, I guess.
I call on you, Rune.
I know where to strike. It's not over. No needless waste.
Many
That
thanks.
was close.
Here.
Not
The
looking.
mayhem
Aha.
continues.
Well, I was hoping he would give Garen a break, but that, did not happen.
Take this.
I'll handle this. Are you all right?
Many
That
thanks.
was close.
I know where to strike. It's not over.
I'm not even gonna get that armor broken by the time they kill me. Huh. This boss is so mean. I'll try Sacrificial Brand, but I think it's a waste of MP at this point. I guess I'll buff Marius?
Ha!
I'll help you.
I know where to strike.
Many thanks.
I'll use this.
Yeah, no, that ability is garbage. For some reason, it did amazing damage one time.
Should we maybe retreat?
I call on you, Rune.
I got you. You okay?
Many
That
thanks.
was close.
It's not over. No needless waste.
Many thanks.
That was close.
They were still alive, but not for long. Because I've run out of everything.
Ha!
Here.
I know where to strike.
Okay,
Should
that's
we
not
maybe retreat?
too scary. Okay, that's more scary. Don't like that. Full power. Heal. Double heal. And panic attack.
This'll help. You okay?
Many
That
thanks.
was close.
It's not over. No needless
Many
waste.
That
thanks.
was close.
Muscle power.
Nice. Almost got the armor down. Oop. Oop. Can I not have you step to the side?
Engaging magical defenses.
Well, good luck, Garen.
Ha!
Here's
I know
hoping
where
your
to
defense
strike.
is good. Can we help?
My turn.
That would have almost one-shot him if he hadn't defended. Ew.
I'll send it right back to you.
Nope, not that. He's got nothing.
I call on you, Rune.
Ta-ta!
Do we have any chance?
Yeah! Leave it to me. No needless
Many
waste.
That
thanks.
was close.
Yeah.
My impending lost senses are tingling. Okay, we got nothing on him.
Take this.
I'll handle this. Are you all right?
Many
That
thanks.
was close.
This'll help. You okay?
Many
That
thanks.
was close.
Pump it
Okay,
out.
you just are loving Kieran. Thank you for that.
You know what to do.
Since we're not winning this anyway, I just want to see what that combo attack does.
Yeah. All together then.
The wonders of magic.
Got it. That is totally garbage.
Yeah! Not looking good.
Oh. Yeah, that was not smart of me.
This isn't over. Are you all right?
Thank you.
Okay, that should keep him alive this turn anyway. Oh! Sweet. We actually won.
That was too close for my liking.
I am very surprised by that. Rune of Impregnable Defense. That's the plus 15% defense, I believe. So, does this just never end? Yulin gives what? Double experience collected. Ooh.
If I won't be a bother.
Really wish I'd known that when I was leveling characters last night. Oh well.
Let's do this.
Yeah, I would love to know how many floors there are in total.
Yeah. Take this.
Damn it. I sure fouled that
I'll
up.
avenge
Oh,
you.
well, goodbye, Garen.
Yeah.
I call on you, Rune.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, let's just let this run out because I need to get back to work, or stream is going to go on forever.
Let's finish this.
That's what you get.
Okay, 5 million experience. Yeah, 400. Not a waste, but
Shall we
it could be
begin?
better. Yeah, I guess I'll throw out heals just to try and get through this fight.
Here I come!
I'll handle this.
Oh!
Are you all right?
Many
That
thanks.
was
I see
close.
Momo starting to pop off.
You okay?
Many
That
thanks.
was close.
I call on you, Rune. The coup de grace.
Okay.
I knew you could do it!
Let's do this.
So doubling the experience mostly just has the effect of getting me up to the level standard that they expect for an enemy much more quickly.
Oh,
Because it doesn't do anything to offset the exponential decrease in experience you gain as you level up.
We're in danger.
Take this!
sorry.
Off of our
Yep.
hero!
I'm getting. My.
Goodbye, Marius.
Yeah!
Man, almost a 500 for Momo. That's an amazing basic attack.
I'm sorry.
Yeah!
Huh,
Impossible!
there we go. Yep. And I just want to check out the rune slots we unlocked real quick.
Hey there!
Retrieve. Oh, not retrieve. Gear prep. Okay, what did Noah unlock? Oh, new thing. Okay, so I can get a significant boost on attack and tier 4 all type. Yeah, now is definitely the time to start souping up characters like this. I'm assuming something similar happened on... Where are you? Momo. What is this? The rune increases magic and magic defense by 6% per remaining SP. Whoa. Okay, so she has he has a special rune that, since he doesn't have a way to do skills, or I guess I could put a skill on this in theory. Nope, actually can't. So after a few rounds, this just means 30% more attack or more magic. Great. This is another all type. Interesting. And apparently I've been wasting space on, I think, Rune of Fire. Oops. Yeah, I messed that up. So Momo could have been doing more, potentially. But that is something to figure out on another day.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I already checked that. Never. That is not the right place. I am wondering if I can get Momo strong enough to, with an AoE, take out all of the enemies. Because if so, that is a fantastic way to level up the rest of the roster. Like, I'll have everyone at 60 within, like, a couple dozen rounds. That would be amazing. Alright. I will test that off stream and show you guys the results tomorrow if they're good. Alright. Usable Ice 7. That's 5 by 5. Here's a question. Does this even look like it belongs in this game? Because my gut reaction is the answer is no. And let's get an animation player in here. That is not correct. Okay. New test. Let's do like a 3-second animation. How fast should this play? Let's call it 10 frames for the setup. I want that to finish in probably a half second. So 0.05. Huh? That looks good. Where do I want to start the movement? I would insert a frame here, but let's start it there. That animation is also too smooth. Like, it's kind of gorgeous, but might be too smooth for my aesthetic. Okay, offset. Put it at -60. Definitely should be faster than that. Startup is probably too long for this. Probably don't need that frame. Probably don't need that one. Hold up. Yeah, this won't be a final result anyway. Probably too many frames down here as well. .8. Not awful. And the scale is about right on it. And what happened? Like, how does this look against time? Oh, right. It's not awful in terms of matching style. I could do a lot worse. Right. Interesting. So this is... It's just white? Surely not. You know, there's blue in there. What are you talking about? Well, apparently not. I think I want this to... I think I might want my attacks to just all be particle simulated. Or particle emitters. There can be some exceptions, so like slime spikes. Actually, that has a ton of frame data too, so... By the way, guys, if you're wondering about the shadow being weird, it just doesn't animate in the player here. Because I'm using code to set the frame, and I don't want to add the tool keyword because I've done enough stuff to slow down the Godot editor. I don't want to put any more. But no, the shadow does animate properly with the asset. That's a ton of frames. Oh, I didn't actually check when I got back to work. Oops. Well, you guys will get some extra stream time then. Okay. And those go together. Yeah, a constant struggle with buying assets for anyone who hasn't tried to almost exclusively use prepackaged assets is finding assets that feel like they're in a similar enough art style that they could go in the same game. That is a constant worry and obviously having the shadow would help. And it will have a shadow. And I need to consider the fact that it's currently very zoomed in. Even assume it's at this scale. Part of the issue is that we've got way more color range on the left asset. And that's fixable. I wonder if I could right code that would just serve the purpose of expanding color range. Huh. I wonder. And if I were to do that, how would I do that? I'd probably want to normalize alpha. Grab RGB separately. I'd need to know what the lowest and highest RGB across the image. This is a worthwhile endeavor to just toy with real quick. Because having a shader that I can apply to just say, here, make this more or less colorful is probably something I can make long-term use out of. So, material, test, Bert. Oh, right. No. New shader material. Okay. I guess first thing I need to do uniform data. Right. Probably that. Yep. Wrong language. Default should be false. If test, then color is equal to actually just okay. Else we're gonna do something else that I haven't figured out yet. let's split this up into test RGB. If not test R, color dot R equals there we go. Okay, now, awesome. So I want the darkest part of this, probably there, B1. Versus FA. Uniform vector RGB lower. And how do I make that color again? It doesn't matter. Oh, yes, it does matter. Don't remember how to do that. Go shader color. Would probably include uniform. Source color. Go. So part of the math I had not considered is the ceiling effect. Okay. I'll figure something out. The B2 versus FF. And there is no variance there. Huh. Let me double check that. 8B. 7F. Maybe I shouldn't eliminate alpha? No, I know what I need to do. There we go. I guess that's right. No, but that actually needs to go in here. That's what I want. Nice. And if I end up doing something with this long term, I will definitely make a programmatic solution for this. 8 8 5. I think we have found our lowest. Okay, 8.5 it is. F8. Oh, we have an FF. 8D is the like. Yep. And blue. Got an FF. Okay. There's our lowest 8F. Okay. Now, how do I want to expand the color range? Like, what's the proper way to do that? Or, alternatively, what about reducing the color range? Uniform, float, color range, odd. Start with the 1.0. Okay. Here's where we do the work. So, I need to define my range in R, G, and B separately. I also need midpoint. Both. Of all three. Can I do that with vector operations? I think so. Color mid is gonna be upper plus lower divided by 2. Okay. That gives me my midpoint for R, G, and B. Got it. So that should probably be source code. Okay. Now, what are this? How do I calculate source bound? That's the distance that each color is away from the midpoint. Those are the same, so I can probably do some simple math that without actually using the midpoint. So, got what? Got midpoint, upper and lower bounds. Oh, this L. And so this distance is what I want. Call that B. M is just U plus L over 2. Right? And so if I want to get B, that would just be... That's U minus B, or U minus L. B is minus M is the same as U minus plus L okay. My intuition was that the result should be something like U minus L over 2. See if this adds up. Okay, so U minus half of U is gonna just be U 2 and minus L 2, which is U minus L. Okay. So, result, we got match my intuition, which probably means that this is the right answer. And, I mean, the math is solid, so we can trust that too. Okay. Now, I want to do final bound. Bounds. Sure. Fine. Our C bounds times Color range mode. Hold on. First of all, let me get some lights on. Winter, so it's getting so dark so early. Having it be dark at 5 o'clock is kind of the worst. Okay. The problems I'm going to run into with this approach, first of all, is I'm potentially hitting the upper and lower bounds of the color range. Like this can't, this value plus minus the source midpoints can't be allowed to go over 1 or below 0 because negative color is not a thing. And hey there, Laughing Umbra. How's it going? And another factor here is if I hit the ceiling or floor with red, do I allow blue to expand independently of the red ceiling or floor effect? That's interesting. I don't know. Yes? I don't think so. I don't think I agree with you. Because if I do that, then I won't preserve the color gradients. Like, the color gradients will no longer be guaranteed to be proportional. So, like if I had a red fire and I apply this, then I or let's say an orange fire, that's a more red than yellow. Or wait. What color is orange in RGB? That's red with some green, right? I can't remember my colors. I want to make sure I'm telling you the right thing before I say this. Yeah, hold on. So if I've got a whole bunch of red and some green, I end up with orange. Okay. So if I allow them to expand independently, then I run into an issue where if I have an orange fire and I expand the range, it doesn't just make it more variance in the orange, it actually forces the whole thing toward yellow. So, I think what I have to do is calculate, is that bad? It is bad for what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do is take a source image and say, okay, this thing has a certain range of colors in it. I want to either expand or contract that color gradient programmatically. But I don't necessarily want to change the overall, like I don't want to take a thing that's blue and turn it orange. I want to take a thing that's blue and give it more variance in the blue gradient that's there. And yes, I am kind of just doing this for fun. So I think I need to calculate if I am hitting a ceiling or floor effect. To limit the I do want to allow the midpoint to change. So to put it in perspective on this like one-dimensional model we were using, imagine this is 0 to 1 for color. If I have an image that's color ranges like here, and I want to double the gradient range, I want to allow it to go here, but then force the rest into darker colors. Does that make sense? And one thing I need to consider is, what if I hit the upper and lower bounds at the same time? Like, in theory, I could put infinity for my color range mod, and that would result in hitting both the ceiling and the floor. I'd hit both 1 and 0, in which case I need to recalculate what the relative bounds are between the colors. Oh heavens! Huh. And then another situation I could potentially hit is, what if I'm hitting the upper bounds in red, but I'm hitting the lower bounds in blue? What does that mean for this map? I think let's start with a simplified version of this. Like, the simplest version of this that's going to have a ton of errors is going to be something like the simplest version is going to be calculating the amount that is modified. Actually, hold on. I don't think I actually need this for the simplest version of it. I think what I instead need is think no, I maybe I do need outbound. I need to calculate where within the bounds of upper and lower the current color I'm choosing it. Which I suppose I can do. How do? I think that is the color minus the midpoint. I think that's color minus midpoint, absolute value. Color minus midpoint, absolute value, divided by the bounds. I think so. So I have, let me clean this up real quick. So I have some color here. I have some midpoint that I've calculated. And I have upper bounds calculated there. And we're going to change some of those variable names because I'm going to end up writing stuff that I cannot write. Oh heavens! So, midpoint, top of the range, bottom of the range. We'll call this something at point P. And actually, just to keep it at M, top, bottom, we're going to call this point no laughing, Umbra, at my almost terrible mistake. Okay. Ooh. If I want to, so I'm expanding up to here and let's say here. I need the proportion of this distance from M. And I have this distance. This has already been calculated. We'll call that L for now. So the proportion is what? Just E minus M over L. That's that proportion. Okay. Then I can multiply by, let's actually call that L0. Then I can multiply by L1. Is that all I need to do? That's all I need to do. Okay. Yep. So color is equal to color minus M over L0 times L1. Times L1, which is the outbounds over the source bound. Uh-oh. Definitely gotta add. I don't think that did what I want. Yeah, I don't think that did what I wanted at all. I mean, it's a super cool effect. And I think I want to save that equation because that looks great. But it's not what I want. Not what I was going for anyway. Super cool. Yeah, we're definitely saving that equation. Oh, right. So part of the reason this doesn't look right in these other frames is I based my measurements off of one frame. And if I end up using something like this, there will be a programmatic solution that'll go across the whole image checking all pixels. So I don't need to worry about getting that spot on right now. That's a super cool effect. I like it. But how do I do the thing that I want to do? So. Okay, I have a midpoint. modifying in some way. When this is a 1, the image should be totally unchanged. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Yeah, simple mistake here. I need to add this midpoint back on, is what I did wrong. There we go. And just to check it, no change. Awesome. Oh yeah. Don't really understand what this means mathematically. Like, the math makes sense going all the way down to 0. Which 0 in this case just means go full grayscale. But what the heck does a negative number mean in this? I have no idea. I should probably not let it go negative. Probably 100 is the highest it should go. So based on how fast that capped out, 10. And part of the issue is now that ceiling effect I was talking about, because these are riding up to pure white. Yeah, like we can see it here. So and something weird is happening with these pixels out here with their alpha. Not entirely sure what's happening there. It may be partially because of the ceiling effect. Could be. Okay. So I think what I need to do is check okay, so I've got my outbound. I need a what? I need to know where I've hit the nearest ceiling or floor. Okay. And I think I'll go ahead and... So the next step would be finding the nearest ceiling and or floor. And then just only expanding into the bounds that we still fit within those parameters. The evolution after that is going to be adjusting the output midpoint to allow as much of that expansion as possible. And I think I'm going to jump to that version next iteration. So we have what? We have what? So I need to check R, G, and B separately to see if we've gotten past 1 on any of them. Okay. Sorry, I'm having trouble here. So the maximum expansion is going to be out upper is just source color mid plus outbound. I think that makes sense. Okay. So I've got that upper. Great. Now, I need to figure out what the largest of them is, and if that largest goes beyond 1. And the thing is, I also need to know which one. So let's just start with red and think through what that calculation needs. I've got a point. Call this M. Upper bound. That's a new upper. But that is beyond 1. So I need to come up with a quantity to multiply the new bound by in order to what? I am now very confused. In order to keep this within the bounds of 1. Well, in that case, I just divide by u, right? So, float u max is equal to 1. Start there. Then check red. Nope. Not the minimum of these, the maximum. Umax and out upper R. Okay, so I get the maximum of either 1. Is that right? The math is about to get very complex, fortunately. Because if I'm shifting the red midpoint for this, by what factor do I shift the green midpoint? I think what I'm coming up with here is the maximum amount that I'm allowed to modify nope, not. Not yet, anyway. Okay, so I've got the largest quantity out of my color. What do I do with that? Do I just divide that into my outbounds? Nope, I don't think I can do that because I haven't yet figured out where to shift the midpoint. Which, again, begs the question, how do I shift the other color midpoints even once I figure out how to shift this midpoint? I guess what I can do here is I can also look at any amount that the lower bounds goes outside of the acceptable range. Then I use that to set my upper and lower bounds. Like the new one. Maybe I'm wrong here, but could you use the sliding window pattern? If it's what I'm remembering, that's what I'm doing here. Method used to solve problems that involve subarray or substring. Yeah. Go through the overview, walk through the 3 key steps. An example, give you a general set of rules to use. Usual. I'll leave you with a list of practice questions. Sliding window is an extension of the two-pointer approach, where we use 2 pointers left and right to create a window. Problem will ask you to return the maximum or minimum subrange that satisfies a given condition. Thus, the window in between left and right. Subrange we are looking for. It involves expanding or contracting the window to find the optimal range. I would really like you to define the problem. That would be awesome. So, expand the window. Meet the condition, process the window, contract the window. Oh, maybe it is the same problem. Sliding window nums. Iterate over elements are in expand the window. Condition to stop expansion. Process the window. Track. it's very weird to me when people write articles like this, and the first step is not defining the problem that you're trying to solve. Instead, they just go into the approach. You're sorry you can't help, but you're lost here. You and me both, brother. You and me both. Oh boy. Can I send the video? Don't worry about it. I just need to find somewhere to define the problem, because half of the work to solving a problem is just properly defining it. Instead of repeatedly iterating over the same elements, sliding window maintains a range that moves step by step through the data, updating results incrementally. Ooh. Well, if that's the case, then that doesn't work for what I'm doing, because I can't use an iterated process. Let's see. The initial phase where we have calculated the initial window sum starting from 0. Okay. Do you think the sliding window pattern could help here? Without doing a deep dive on what this pattern is, definitely not. Like, I'd have to somehow convert this into the problem I'm solving. And to do that, I'd have to really understand this thing. And this one's not very good at defining the problem either. It's a method to solve problems that involve subarray or substring or window. But, okay, so that definition is useless, because there's probably a million different potential problems that could involve any of those three things. And I'm guessing the sliding window technique does not solve every single problem that involves those. Commonly used for problems like finding subarrays with a specific sum, finding the longest substring with unique characters, or solving problems that require fixed size window to process elements efficiently. Okay. This is used for finding subsets of an array. This is not what we're doing. Okay. Now that I've read that part, I understand what this is for. That is not the problem we're working on. Because we're not operating on arrays. Or I shouldn't say we're not operating on arrays. We are not trying to find a subset of an array. We are trying to modify arrays to fit within certain parameters, meaning like making sure no element within that array exists, it goes beyond certain limits, which is a very, very different operation. Okay, so I have now the absolute Umax. Got it. I probably am going to need Umin as well, or Elmin. Okay. And actually, it's very silly for me to structure it like this. Let's do this. And another question, does it make sense for me to put the 1 in here? Not sure it does. Okay. Do I care? No, I actually specifically do not want that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There we go. So now I need this one. Min of this stuff. Oh wait, no, that's out lower. But I haven't calculated out lower yet. So minus outbound. Okay. Okay. So now across all colors, I have the absolute max, the absolute min. Okay. So I do need an absolute midpoint. Float absolute mid is absolute max plus absolute min divided by 2. Okay. Now I need to shift the midpoint to this. Ah, heck. It's not that simple. I don't want to just shift it to the center. I want to shift it by the minimum I have to. How do I do that? So I have some amount that this might be beyond 1, right? And I have some amount this might be beyond 0. But let's say my absolute min is 0.5 and my absolute max is 1.1. Well, then I want to shift just the whole range down by 0.1. Alternatively, if my absolute min is like negative 0.1, my absolute max is 0.5, then I just want to shift both of those up by 0.1. So I think the answer and now what if they are both outside? That's an interesting. Ah! This math is way more complicated than I thought it would be. You know what? We are past the 5-hour mark. I'm gonna call it because I also need to spend some time getting the re-uploads up on Rumble tonight because I was supposed to do that yesterday. Did not do that. We can pick this up tomorrow. Let me just make sure to document what my thoughts here were. Figure out how much to shift the output midpoint. It can fit whole range inside 0, 1. Move it. Not move int, move it. If not, move midpoint there. If not, figure out something. There we go. I haven't figured that out yet. That'll be something to figure out tomorrow. I love it when my notes say, figure out something. You can do it, dum-dum. Good luck, future dum-dum. All right. That's where I'm going to leave it today, folks. So, thank you all so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please give the video a share. Maybe you know someone that wants to learn game dev along with us. Or just like seeing me lose my mind because math is awful sometimes. Also, an extra special thank you to my supporters on Ko-fi. Thank you so much. And above all, guys, I hope y'all have an outstanding day. Take care, everyone.